Hello, everyone. You're all welcome to day 2 of the DTST training workshop. Yesterday, we touched on the needs assessment and the recommendations from the key stakeholders is that we need to support our learning space facilitators. And so for today, we are going to touch on support services for our learning space facilitators. Supporting learning space facilitators. Right. And what do we mean by that? So here we are talking about the fact that our facilitators need they need to acquire some skills in order to ensure effective teaching and learning process. Under this section, we are going to touch on curriculum and material orientation. We also looked at lesson planning and design. We looked at differentiation and adaptation. And then we also looked at assessment strategies. Right. We are hopeful that by the time that we are done with this very section, you will be able to understand the importance of curriculum and material development orientation support to teachers, plan and conduct orientation workshops for teachers, help teachers with the skills needed in planning and designing instructional lessons that align with curriculum standards. Then again, you'll be able to state the purpose of differentiation and adaptation and its importance in the learning space. Then finally, you will be able to explain assessment, select and employ appropriate and various forms of assessment strategies that cater for the diverse learning needs of learners. Right. And so let me ask this question. Why the need to support learning space facilitators? Why the need to support learning space facilitators? And like I indicated, we touched on the needs assessment, and after the recommendation, it came up that our learning space facilitators need support services. They need support services. Why do they need the support services? Why? Right. So, our learning space facilitators need support services in order to equip them with the best teaching and learning strategies and approaches to help them to effectively deliver lessons that help them or help learners to achieve their learning potentials. So we need to do this in order to equip them with the best teaching and learning strategies and approaches to help them to effectively deliver lessons that help learners to achieve their learning potential. Right. So we now delve into section 1, and that is curriculum or material orientation workshop. Curriculum material orientation workshop. What comes to mind when you are asked about overview of curriculum orientation workshop? What comes to mind? Curriculum material orientation workshop. What is it? Yes, I want your responses here. What is curriculum material orientation workshop? What is it about? I need your responses here. Curriculum orientation workshop. Any early bird? Right. Been thinking about it whilst we move on to the next section. Right. So, curriculum and orientation workshop. Basically, it is a section where the fundamental beliefs, values, and principles that shape the content, methods. Okay, Yahaya, knowing more about the curriculum. Thank you, Yahaya. Yeah, so let me take it. It is a section where the fundamental beliefs, values, and principles that shape the content, methods, and assessment practices within the standard-based curriculum are discussed. Mary, yes, it is the materials that we will be using. Okay, thank you. Fifi, an overview of the curriculum. Thank you so much, Fifi. That's yeah. So I'm taking it one more time. The curriculum materials orientation workshop. It is a session where the fundamental beliefs, the values and principles that shape the content, methods, and assessment practices within the standard-based curriculum are discussed. Sena, it is a workshop to introduce facilitators to the curriculum and materials they need. Thank you so much. Eva, workshop to introduce facilitators to the curriculum. That's very true. Right. So now when we are planning a curriculum orientation or material workshop, what are some of the elements or the key things to consider when you are planning for a curriculum orientation workshop? What are some of the key things that you need to consider? What are the key things that you need to consider? If we are saying that it is a platform to equip our learning space facilitators with the instructional materials, what are some of the key things that we need to consider if we are to carry out a curriculum orientation workshop? What are the things that we need to consider in our planning? Yes, John. Being exposed to curriculum, I'm sure he's still responding to the earlier question. He's still responding to the earlier question. How to use the curriculum and the needed materials. Rashida, is an introductory workshop on developing curriculum using a student community-based approach. Thank you so much, Rashida. Thank you so much, Rashida. Yes, so here the various materials or elements to consider. Okay, Sena, the venue, a sample of the curriculum, a suitable time. Sena, I'm not getting your response clearly. I wish that you resend so that it will communicate to all of us. All right, so let's now look at the various things that we need to consider. So the first thing in planning a curriculum workshop, we need to consider the objective, what we seek to achieve by the end of the session. And so here, we want to stress on the fact that whatever objective that we set, it has to be SMART. And by this, what I mean is that it has to be specific, it has to be measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So in our quest to select an objective or target or goal, we need to be careful of the objective that we select and be sure that it is SMART. It is SMART. Right. Then the next thing to consider is to have an elaborated curriculum content and material preparation plan. And an elaborated curriculum content, in choosing the content and then the materials, we need to be careful so as to delve into it and be sure that we cover all the content and the materials that are needed. Emmanuel Che, training that equips the individual about the knowledge of the curriculum and its implementation. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much for that input. Right. Then the third point to also consider is to engage participants actively through the group discussion. Yes, it is very important that in our curriculum orientation workshop, we need to consider activities that will keep our participants engaged throughout, using group work, think, pair, share, and what have you, so that they work as a team and then share best practices. Stephen, we have availability of materials and the type of learners should be considered. Yes. So we need to know the background of our learners. But then that depends on the objective, what you want to achieve. Yes, so the first thing should be the objective. Then you consider the content or the materials that you need. Then the next thing will be engaging your participants, through different demonstration lessons. Right. Then we move on to the fourth one, which talks about evaluate and provide supportive follow-up to gather feed forward for improvement. Yes, so in the course of the presentation or the course of planning, we need to make room for evaluation where we'll be able to track the progress of the session and see if there will be a need for us to make some adjustments, all in the quest of trying to bring about improvement. And so, in fine, when we talk of planning curriculum orientation and material workshop, these are some of the various elements that we need to put into consideration in planning. Right. So let me give you this reflection for all of us to go through and come up with our response. Right. So here, you are an active member of the DTST in the Adicheye district. As a member of the monitoring team, and observe the following. Learning space facilitators teaching with different materials, some approved by NACA, others not. Significant number of teachers, including newly posted teachers, could not mention the curriculum they are implementing in their practice. Many teachers, when quizzed on how and where they can seek help improving their practice as learning space facilitators, appeared to be totally lost. The team recognized that there is a problem at hand. You are asked to lead a discussion on the various observations made. What is your take on these observations? I'm taking the question again. You are an active member of the DTST in Adicheye district. As a member of the monitoring team, you observe the following. Learning space facilitators teaching with different materials, some approved by NACA, others not. Significant number of teachers, including newly posted teachers, could not mention the curriculum they are implementing in their practice. Many learning space facilitators, when quizzed on how and where they can seek help in improving their practice as learning space facilitators, appeared to be totally lost. The team recognized that there is a problem at hand. You are asked to lead a discussion on the various observations made. What is your take on this? And these are the various questions under the scenario. 1, what are the benefits of providing teacher orientation? What are the benefits of providing teacher orientation? 2, what are some of the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation? And 3, how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? And so I'm giving you some few minutes, think through the reflection and come out with your thoughts. The benefits of providing teacher orientation and the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation, and how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? Yes, Samuel, there is a need to organize a curriculum orientation on the approved curriculum materials. Thank you, Samuel. Senna, my take is there. My take is there was no curriculum. Yes, my take is that there was no curriculum material orientation workshop, therefore it must be done immediately. Right. Thank you, Senna. So we have 3 questions to respond to. The first one is about the benefit of providing teacher orientation. And then the second one, the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation. Then the third one, how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? Joash, to equip teachers with the necessary tools and the working environment. I'm sure Joash is responding to the earlier question about why the need for learning space facilitators orientation. All right, Emmanuel. Teacher orientation helps to expose new teachers with an expanded scheme to achieve the objectives of the curriculum. Yes, thank you, Emmanuel. I'm sure you're also responding to the earlier question. All right, Peter. Teachers are well abreast with the demands of the curriculum. Yes, so the benefits one, teachers are well abreast with the demands of the curriculum. Thank you, Peter. Emmanuel, benefit of teacher orientation. It enables the teacher to teach exactly what the curriculum entails. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Let's look at the question 2. Any response regarding the question 2? Ben, teacher orientation enables teachers to be abreast with the curriculum and the values, skills, and attitudes needed in the teaching and learning process. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Ben. Right. Any response regarding the second and third? What are some of the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation? Your thoughts on that? Okay, Peter, yes. The 2, yes. Your take? Peter, yes, I'm waiting for your response. Right. Okay, Eva, to familiarize with the SBC, and that is very true. Curriculum and instructional practices. That's very true. Thank you so much, Eva. Right. Then let me now summarize it all. Yes. So for the first one, Peter, set smart objective. Thank you. Mary, the benefit of teacher orientation is to help teachers or will serve as a platform for abiding by educational policies. Thank you so much. Right. Yes. So to sum it all, with the second one, what are some of the key things that new teachers need to learn? Yeah, so one, okay, let me read that off. Next, new teachers learn the current trends of curriculum and are able to adjust to it. Thank you, Ernest. All right, so that ends the questions for the reflection. So let me now summarize it. Yeah, so for the first one, we've mentioned it. The second one, the teachers are introduced to the school culture. They are introduced to the school culture. And this is where they tend to know the values of the school. You know, this is where they begin to collaborate, and this promotes a sense of belonging. And so that is basically. Then again, this is where curriculum and instructional practices are shared. And this very platform too, teachers are able to familiarize with the policies and procedures of the school. And they tend to know the mission, the vision, and the core values that drive the school. And so it's very, very key that they need to be oriented. And then the last one, how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? Yes, like I mentioned, this is a platform where teachers are taken through classroom or learning space management, you know, and they also go through curriculum and instructional practices. They also share professional development practices. You know, they learn from each other. And so after going through all these sections, they will be equipped enough for them to be able to deliver. Thank you so much. And this moves us to our next session. Right. So the next session is lesson planning and design. Lesson planning and design. And here, I'm very aware that we have been planning lessons all this while. And so I believe that this session is going to be very interactive. Right. Let's look at our expected learning outcome. By the time that we are done with session 2, we are expected to demonstrate understanding of lesson planning, prepare lessons plans for different subjects, and integrate active learning strategies in lessons. All right. So under the lesson planning, we have three main areas. I have made it three main areas. So planning, designing a learner plan. We have three main areas that we need to consider in planning or designing a lesson. And the first one is the objective and goals. And this is where you set your objective, you set your target, what you seek to achieve. And here you need to be sure that your objective is SMART, as we mentioned. That is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Then the next steps has to do with the instructional design and activities. Let me stress here that demonstrations, illustrations, and sketches on the chalkboard speaks volumes than thousands of words. And so in our quest to prepare a lesson, we need to take into consideration the content, the concepts, and the skills that we want to bring to the fore. And in doing this, we need to consider individual differences, learning styles. You must know the background of your learners so that you know the various learning resources that you need to use. And so the tactile or the kinesthetic learner, you should know what materials or resources you need to bring. The visual learner, you also need to consider, whatever material that you need to bring, the learning resource, you should make it more attractive, bold, colorful, to instill their interest. When all these things are done, you are able to create or promote the creativity, the adaptability, and the curiosity of learners. And by so doing, you are able to sustain them through the session. Now, you have to look at the various strategies, like whether you're going to use demonstration lessons, whether you're going to do role play and all that. All these things falls under the instructional design and activities. Now, in doing all this as well, you also have to factor in the various assessment strategies, whether you are going to use the assessment for, the assessment as, assessment of, and all other leading questions, all in the quest of trying to elicit for their understanding. Because in the course of the presentation, you need to consider whether learners are actually following what you are doing. And also whether whatever you are asking, your questions, are they ambiguous, are they clear, and all that. So from time to time, there should be intermittent leading questions, trying to know where your learners are, so that whatever clarification that needs to be done, you do that. And so in fine, under the planning and design, we have the objective and the goal setting state. We have the instructional design and activities. And that is where I mentioned the fact that you need to consider the various learning styles, the diverse learning, the diverse learners. You need to consider inclusivity, equity, and all that. And also, you need to bring on board several leading questions that could be assessment for, assessment as, assessment of, or in the quest of trying to see if learners are actually following whatever content you are bringing across, so that they are able to connect the concepts to real life situations, right? So that falls under the section 2. Now let's look at the key ideas. So in planning, first we have the pre-planning stage, and that is before writing the plan. At this stage, you think about what to include in the lesson, selecting the resources while considering the learning outcomes and learners' needs. You need to know the background of your learners. Then writing the plan, that is the actual stage. And this is where Yes, so writing the plan. This is the stage of writing the lesson plan following a given template. Then we have the post planning. This concerns how you revise your plan and remember the main points of your plan. You incorporate varied activities to keep learners engaged and cater for different learning styles. We mentioned it during the earlier slide. All right. So now let's now move to a reflection by way of recap. Right. Miss Mabomodin is a new facilitator. Miss Mabomodin, a new facilitator, is excited to start her first day of teaching. She has spent the past few weeks preparing for her lessons, but she is still feeling a bit nervous. She arrives at school early to set up her classroom and gets ready for her students. When her learners arrived, Miss Mabomodin is greeted by a group of energetic and eager learners. She begins her lesson, but she quickly realizes that she is not as prepared as she thought she was. She struggles to answer learner questions, and her explanations are confusing. The learners become restless and disengaged. Now, these are the questions. So, Miss Mabomodin feels frustrated and defeated. She knows that she needs to do a better job of preparing for her lessons. Let's consider the following questions. What did Miss Mabomodin do well in preparation for her lesson? What could Miss Mabomodin have done differently to prepare for her lessons? What are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for a lesson? And how can facilitators ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? And so please go through the scenario or the reflection and try and respond to the various questions here and send them through your chat box or the comment section for discussions. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. You have 4 questions. What did Miss Mabomodin do well in preparing for her lessons? And then what could Miss Mabomodin have done differently to prepare for her lesson? And what are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for a lesson? And how can facilitators ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? Right. Asante, she did well by going to the class early and set up the classroom before the student. Thank you so much, Asante. Thank you so much, early bird Asante. Thank you so much. Yes. So keep sending your responses. Joash, by consulting the curriculum, textbooks, and other resources. Thank you, Joash, for your response. Fifi, okay, Fifi want me to go over the scenario. All right. Miss Mabomodin, a new facilitator, is excited to start her first day of teaching. She has spent the past few weeks preparing for her lessons, but she is still feeling a bit nervous. She arrives at school early to set up her classroom and gets ready for her students. When her learners arrive, Miss Mabomodin is greeted by a group of energetic and eager learners. She begins her lessons, but she quickly realizes that she is not as prepared as she thought she was. She struggles to answer learner questions, and her explanations are confusing. The learners become restless and disengaged. And so, Miss Mabomodin feels frustrated and defeated. She knows that she needs to do a better job of preparing for her lessons. And so we are asking that what did Miss Mabomodin do well in preparing for her lessons? And what could Miss Mabomodin have done differently to prepare for her lesson? And what are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for a lesson? And finally, how can facilitators ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? Thank you so much. All right, Ruth, she prepared and set up the place before her learners came, but she couldn't have thought about uh, and prepared on possible questions from her learners. Thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you so much, Ruth. Senna, she read through what she was going to teach. Yeah, so Senna is responding to the first question. What Miss Mamomodi did well? Yeah, still Senna. The second one. What could Miss Mamomodi have done differently? Yeah, so she could have prepared a learner plan with different place. Okay, Asante. He Asante, may I know exactly which of the reflections you are responding to? But let me read through all the same. She could have, and that is coming from Senna. She could have prepared a learner plan with different strategies for different learners. Thank you so much, Senna, for that wonderful perspective. Now, Asante, she should have considered the learning needs of the students before setting his objective. And she should also master the content she was about to teach. Thank you so much, Asante. All right, Nelly. She should have taken the characteristics of the learners into consideration. Thank you so much, Nelly. Right, then the third one coming from Ernest. Not preparing well causes disorganization, distraction, and confusion throughout the lessons. That's very true. And know your learners, the class size, their IQ or background level, and the classroom environment. Thank you so much for that feedback. Right. Any more responses? Richmond. She could have developed a learner-centered lesson, taking into account all the likely questions her learners could ask. In all, I may say she didn't have full mastery of the subject matter content. Thank you so much, Richmond. Thank you so much, Richmond. Right, the patience Itifo, and this will be our final response on this scenario. She should have put the level of students in mind and the appropriate CLR that can sustain the interest of the learners. Thank you so much, patience. Right, so let me just take you through all. Yeah, so it is quite illustrious from the feedback and the scenario that Miss Mambo Modin underestimated the learners. And for the first time, she didn't. Yeah, so like I was saying, Miss Mambo Modin underestimated learners, and she didn't consider the learning resource, the learning styles, their backgrounds, and what have you. And she didn't take the pain to plan or do mock lesson to have a feel of what will actually happen in the class. And so that is how come she became nervous, then she became defeated. And so going forward, what we are saying here is that before you go to the class, you need to prepare very well, consider the various learning styles, consider the various learners, diverse learners, their background, and then how you go about it, trying to connect the content to the realia or the real life situations, the scenarios. It should be a bit practical so that the interest of learners will be sparked or triggered so that they will keep engaging or keep active throughout the lesson section. And so what it means is that if we don't prepare properly or thoroughly, definitely when we go to the class, we'll be embarrassed by our learners. And that is what we need to avoid as practitioners or professionals. So this is all that I want us to share. Thank you so much. This moves us to the next session. And that has to do with differentiation and adaptation. Differentiation and adaptation. Right. So let me get from you, what is differentiation and adaptation in your own words? Differentiation and adaptation in your own words. I want your perspective or your response. Differentiation and adaptation. What comes to mind? In your own words, differentiation, break it down. Adaptation, yeah. So let's get your perspective, your response, your take, your thoughts on differentiation and adaptation. Yes, your thoughts on differentiation and adaptation in your own words, Any early bird to save me. Differentiation, all right. Thank you so much, Patience. Differentiation is a way of singling out individual needs in the classroom space. Thank you so much, Patience, my early bird. Mary, differentiation is making room for different facets, different facets. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Ruth, putting learners in their ability groups and giving them the needed help to help them improve. Thank you so much. Ability groups. Ruth, thank you so much for that response. Abdul, understand the objectives. Abdul is responding to the earlier question, I'm sure, session 2. Right. So here we are optimistic that by the time that we are done with section 3, you will be able to understand the purpose of differentiation and adaptation strategies in lesson. Then appreciate the need to create an inclusive and learner-centered learning space that fosters holistic development of learners. Right. Let me give you this scenario. Imagine a learning space where every student, regardless of their abilities or learning styles, feels successful. How can we make that happen? How can we make that happen as learning space facilitators or as DTSTs? Imagine a learning space where every student, regardless of their abilities or learning styles, feels successful. How can we make that happen? Your take on this, and then we move on to your take on this scenario. Right. Muniru, grouping learners based on their attainment level. Muniru is of the view that we group learners based on their attainment level. Thank you so much, Muniru. Yes, Martha. Differentiation is using varied teaching methods depending on the needs of each learner, while adaptation is accepting and adjusting with any condition you meet while teaching. Thank you so much, Martha, for that wonderful submission. Right. I think we can make progress from what we've received so far. Yes, so like they have said, differentiation and adaptation are instructional strategies. They are instructional strategies employed by learning space facilitators in lesson delivery that aim at creating an inclusive and supportive learning environment that cater for diverse needs of learners, being JESI responsive and supporting learners with special educational needs. Special educational needs. Right. And so here we are looking at considering the process, the content, the environment, and the products of the learning process. So under the process, you need to make way for those with special needs. You use the various learning styles to take care of everyone. And so, learning differently, we are putting them into ability groups and not their class level. We put them into the ability groups. Then again, under the content, you need to vary the content, to make sure that everybody is taken care of. So you need to vary the content, you need to vary your process, you need to vary the environment. This is where if you have to put them into groups, because there are some that they will perform very well when they are in groups. They cannot do it all by themselves. So you look at the environment, make the environment flexible, such that they will have multiple you have multiple representations of the content in different ways, so that you will be touching on their strengths, their experience and perspective, and by so doing you bring all of them on board. So that falls under the differentiation. Right. So for your task, what is your perspective on the need for differentiation and adaptation in teaching? Having said all that, what is your take on the need? Why do we need to consider differentiation and adaptation in our teaching? And then outline 2 ways teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in lesson delivery. And so this is for you. Send your thoughts for us to discuss. Tete, considering learners' learning abilities. Thank you so much, and that has to do with the differentiation. You consider learners' learning abilities. Daniel Opom, through the learning styles adopted by the facilitators and teacher prepared before, during, and after the lessons. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you so much, Daniel. Mahama, adaptation is the ability to adjust to different situations. Yes. Thank you so much, Mahama. Yes. Ability to adjust to. Patient, please, what is the meaning of JESI? Yes. Gender inclusive JESI. Social. What is it? JESI. Gender equality and social inclusion. It's gender equality and social inclusion. Thank you so much. That's the JESI. Ernest, to be able to get to all the students in their learning needs. Right, so let's move on to the second section. What do we need to do to integrate differentiation and adaptation in lesson delivery? Right, so let's look at some key strategies. One, we need to offer professional development on differentiation and adaptation strategies to teachers. Two, teachers collaborate with colleagues on how to use differentiation and adaptation strategies through professional learning communities and communities of practice. Give feed forward on differentiation and adaptation practices through peer reviews, etc. So this is where we are stressing on the fact that the learning space facilitator will have to be flexible. You need to be flexible to make room for other learning styles, individual differences, so that every learner is very important. Then we also identify learning needs, group them based on their ability level, and assign tasks accordingly. So we identify learners' learning needs first through needs assessment. Then group them based on their ability level and assign tasks accordingly. So you don't give them the same tasks at the same time, but depending on their ability or their needs, you reach out to them accordingly. Then we have instructional activities must be learner centered. Yes, so whatever that you are doing must center on the learner. The learner must be placed at the center of the teaching and learning process. You know, where you build on their strengths, their experience, their weaknesses, and help them to come up or explore to get their full potentials. And then you use manipulatives and resources that engage learners and sustain their interest. So in choosing your learning resources, you look at for those that will attract them, something that will trigger or spark their interest to keep them engaging. All right, then we now move on to section 4, and that talks about assessment strategies. Assessment strategies. Here we are expectant that you'll be able to demonstrate understanding of the importance of using different assessment strategies in teaching. Different assessment strategies in teaching. And I know for sure that in your teaching, you've been using several assessment strategies. And so that is what we're going to talk about. Right. So what are assessment strategies? We have two main questions to tackle here. What are assessment strategies? And then why do we need to do assessment at all? Why do we have to do assessment? One, what are assessment strategies? And two, why do we need to do assessments? Your take on these big questions. Why assessments? All right, patience, thank you so much. My perspective is that it will help put learners into ability groups and makes them to adjust to all learning methods introduced by the facilitator. Thank you so much, patience. Thank you so much. And that is in response to what are assessment strategies. Why do we need to do assessments? I'm sure that is what patients has responded to. Why do we do assessments? Yes, your take. What are assessment strategies? Means of determining progress of learning. Means of determining progress of learning. And that is coming from Yao. And that is in response to question 1. Andrews, assessment strategies are the techniques and the procedures in assessing learners. Thank you so much, Andrews. Yes, and courage is to test learners to know the outs of their learners. Is to test learners to know the outs of your lesson. Courage, your response is not so clear. I don't really know exactly what you want to bring across. I wish that you resend it. Imanoche, to find out how the program is progressing. Yeah, so to assess, find out how okay, right. So now let's move to the next slide. So assessment strategies, like you mentioned or responded, assessment strategies are essential tools used to evaluate learners' progress. It is used to evaluate learners' progress, understanding, and mastery of the learning outcomes. So it's a way of checking. So it's like check and balances to see if learners are actually following whatever you are doing. If there will be a need for you to do some clarification, then you go ahead to do that. Thank you so much. Then why do we conduct assessments in the first place? Is it so necessary? Yes, it is. So these are some few reasons why we conduct assessments. One, we conduct assessments to evaluate teaching effectiveness. To evaluate teaching effectiveness. Then again, we conduct assessments to inform instructional planning. Inform instructional planning. Then again, we conduct assessment to demonstrate accountability. To demonstrate accountability. And then finally, we conduct assessment to measure learners' learning, to measure the degree, the level of their learning. And so, in short or in brief, when we talk of why the need for assessment, these are some of the various reasons why we conduct assessments, like we did for the needs assessment, so that to inform instructional planning. And that is what has led us to designing the supportive service for learning space facilitators. And this brings us to the end of section 5. I hope the session has been interactive. Thank you so much for your time. So prepare for the next section, which is on monitoring and evaluation. Thank you and bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. You are welcome to this section for day 2 of our training. We want to celebrate ourselves for making time for this all-important training. My name is Togo Koshi Agamabiase, and I'll walk you through this is section 6 of our training. Sorry for being a few minutes late to this section. In fact, on my way here, I chanced into a conversation between two gentlemen. It happened to be a friendly banter, but I was curious to know what exactly was going on because it also appeared from a distance that they were too aggressive. Now, getting closer, I overheard these two, I don't know their names, so let me call them X and Y. I overheard them talking about how Mr. X is a middle-level management personnel in a very large firm. And Mr. Y is also an employee of the firm at top management. The summary of their discussion or their argument was that X complained that there was a time that the yield in a farm was problematic. The ratio of making feed for fish farming was a problem. And so there were issues that arose out of that. They were playing games and counter accusations. The crop farms also had problems. And so Mr. Y arranged that Mr. X and other employees go for training in order to beef up their capacities in the farming process. After the training, they came back and things appeared fine. But for a whole year and a half, Mr. Y hadn't visited the farm. So Mr. X was telling Y, we went for training, we came, we were working, you didn't come around to say what was going on, you didn't come to ask us how we are faring, to tell us whether you are doing well or not doing well. You are only interested in saying that the yield is good and the yield is not good. You don't come to the farm. Immediately I decided to walk away, but I said, on the second thought, I said, could this be? How can this relate to my work as a teacher? Now, on approaching the studio, I decided to think again about what had happened. And realized first blow on that. Who gave us the first blow? All right. Whilst we wait on that, we want to drive straight into our discussion for the day. We have the first blow for someone. All right. Now let's go to what we have for this discussion. As we go along, I'm sure that we will be able to feed into the process. Now, our discussion for today is monitoring and evaluation. For this afternoon or morning, sorry, is monitoring and evaluation. Now, generally, monitoring and evaluation deals with a systematic, ongoing assessment of programs or activities in order to see the strengths of it, whether it's going well, whether we are meeting an intent purpose, or whether it is in line with what we desire to achieve. There could be several variants of definition for monitoring and evaluation. But I hope at the end of the first session of this, we should be able to give our own operational definition for monitoring when we look at the link between these two concepts, monitoring and evaluation. In doing so, we will try to do justice to the section by looking at these subsections. Undertaking monitoring and evaluation in teaching and learning, data collection and progress tracking, feedback and reflection. And the last conduit will be adjusting the support plan. We will use these sessions to address, or we will use these sessions to promote our discussion in monitoring and evaluation. And at the end of the session, it's expected that we are able to demonstrate these areas, conserve these. One, understand monitoring and evaluation principles, skills, and improve teaching and learning through evidence-based decision-making. Collect and analyze data, track progress, give feedback, and adjust support plans in an M&E process. Provide timely and constructive feedback to teachers, fostering collaborative environment for reflection and growth. Analyze M&E findings, customize support strategies, set improvement goals, monitor implementation, and adapt the plan based on new data and assessment results. With these 4 learning outcomes, we hope to deepen our perspective powers, broaden our worldview, recognize biases, improve or set ourselves into critical thinking, and also being problem solvers. Now, the first area, undertaking monitoring and evaluation in teaching and learning, we want to re-emphasize or recap our learning outcome. Learning outcome is understanding E and M&E principles, skills, and improving teaching and learning. And by so doing, you were able to make decisions based on evidence and data. The essence of this is that we do not want to be speculative about decision, about problems or gaps we see, and prefer solutions from a knee-jerk approach or from sentiment or for the fact that we have been asked to do something, so we're doing that. The M&E process is to help us not to be accidental in what we do. We do things based on data, based on evidence on the ground. Now, these two concepts, we want to run ourselves through these two: monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring is to clarify activities or programs or objectives. Activity objectives or program objectives. And it helps us link activities and the resources to objectives. Again, translate objectives into performance indicators and set targets. It also involves routine collection of data and how we make meaning out of the data to help drive the process. It also helps us report progress to relevant stakeholders. Indeed, when we champion any monitoring and evaluation activity, the aim is to get information that are relevant to the process, to the implementation process. And communicating this to all relevant stakeholders is very, very crucial in the success of any monitoring evaluation process. Now, what is evaluation? Evaluation aligns itself with more of value judgment. Now we've pumped resource into an activity with an objective to achieve. How do we tell whether the resources are being used well to achieve the objectives? How do we even tell the impact of the activity? We can only do that by evaluation. So evaluation, we analyze why intended results were not achieved or were achieved. Assess specific causal contribution of activities to results. We want to see whether the activities are actually dovetailing into the results that is churning out. We do not want to say, we do not want to assume, we do not want to say these results cannot necessarily be aligned with our activities. Yes, it is true that in reality, when you are implementing an activity or a program, there may be other unobserved variables that may play out in what we are doing. And that may even end up in giving us unintended results. And so, in the evaluation process, we want to also look at examining the unintended results. We want to explore unintended results as well. And lastly, provide lessons, highlights, significant accomplishment and programs. And we want to celebrate ourselves if we are doing well. And we also want to have the reality check if things ain't going well. We want to be honest about the process. These are all encapsulated in the monitoring and evaluation process. What are unintended results? What do they really mean? As we go on, think through that and post your views in the comment section for us to share. Now, in the monitoring evaluation process, there are critical aspects that we want to remind ourselves of. We want to reinforce those concepts and see how they play out in the process. One, the objective of the M&E process is key. Monitoring and evaluation is not just about a casual visit to our schools, to all the learning spaces we have, and interaction with teachers. It's a conscious effort to find out, to follow the process of quality teaching and learning. And whether these things are meeting, whether our real practice is meeting the standard. And whether there are things that we can celebrate and things that we can refine in order to perfect our act in the teaching and learning process, which is a sure guarantee of continuous improvement if we do that well. And so we want to run ourselves through these aspects of M&E. The objectives, key objectives of M&E process includes one. Stone to Yao says unintended results are things children learn outside the learning objectives in the process of learning. That's fine. John says unintended results are unplanned outcomes. That's good. Salifu, please connect. Oh, sorry. And so we are saying that the first is that the monitoring and evaluation process looks at teacher performance. Why is that important? The teacher is in the center of building, holistically developing the child, the learner. Things will go well or bad depending on the teacher's outlook. And so assessing teachers' performance in an M&E process is key. And what areas do we look at when we look at teachers' performance? We want to be interested in their competencies, their skill. We also want to be interested in the teaching learning resource allocation. Indeed, the competence and the allocation of resources or resources being available are critical elements in promoting quality teaching and learning. And so if you want to assess teachers, you want to look at these areas. The next is tracking learner progress. Yes, outcomes that were not expected to be achieved. That's fine. That's from Samuel. Tracking learners' progress include identifying trends and what works and looking at data-driven decision making. Like we earlier said, we do not want to take decisions based on feelings, based on hearsay, based on, okay, we have to do something. We do not want to use our time in our time in the teaching process to be just doing things because we have to do them. But there's a need for us to do it and situate that in the proper context, especially to promote teaching and learning, the quality, of course. Bodo Francis says unintended results are unforeseen circumstances that were not factored into the set goals. That's fine. And so when we assess learners' progress, there are different aspects of the learners' progress we want to look at. Like we said earlier, we're looking at what is working and what is not working. And then we can transfer what is working and share that with other people. And essentially, we want to use data. Optimizing resource allocation. Resources should be aligned with objectives. Now, we do not want to use resource anyhow. We know that resources are scarce. Our needs are many. To solve these needs means that we should allocate resources. And allocating resources should be done optimally. And so that we can derive the needed results. There is nowhere in the world where resources are in excess. Resources are scarce everywhere. And so in our own small corner, we want to see how well optimal we use the resources available to us. And that is very important. After looking at that, we also want to consider quality assurance. We want to quality assure our process. What are some of the best practices in delivering quality education, teaching and learning, to be precise, in school education? What are the standards? We have national standards. We have a regional standard, district standards, school standards? Do you have our personal standards in our quest to perfect our act? Do those standards align with national standards? These are things that should engage our thoughts. And these are things that to guide the process, monitoring and evaluation. After that, we will want to be accountable. You know, in any engagement, if you are entrusted with any duty, the first thing to know is that at the point you will need to account for your stewardship. And that helps you to improve. It is not a fault-finding mechanism. Neither is it a witch hunt mechanism. It's not to point out fault or scrutinize you unnecessarily, but it is a process of growth when you are responsible for your actions and inaction in the quest to build the children through teaching and learning. And we continually do so, we become happy with our practice and perfect the practice. And ultimately, that will lead to continuous improvement in the whole enterprise of teaching. And that gives us a very good satisfaction. And usually we sit in our own corner, small corner, and we are happy that we have contributed positively to the system. And that is what we all want to do. The next aspect that we want to talk about is re-establishing an effective M&E system. M&E system should be premised on certain principles. It should have its foundation solid. And a foundation, like any building, you don't want to build on mud, do we? We don't want to put a superstructure on a foundation that is not sound, do we? We want to recognize the importance of a solid foundation built on principle. So in the building, you want to see whether the soil is okay, even if we want to see what materials do we need for the foundation and all that. Now, these are principles that guide whatever we do. And in M&E, we have principles that should guide our actions. What are some of these principles? There are many, but they align with the tenets of monitoring and evaluation. So, they align, yes. Oh, the full meaning, that's data-driven decision making, sorry. Data-driven decision making, that is DDDL, data-driven decision making. All right, so we go on with our principles. The principles are one. When we don't know where we are going, anywhere goes, is that correct? But we want to tell ourselves we know where we are going. And so, with one of the principles that we should have a clear objective, what we desire, and how success will look like. This is very key. It drives all of us with a common purpose or unity of purpose. What do we want to achieve? That comes in our objectives. Of course, we are not doing this alone. In a school community, there are several players. We have parents, the learners, the teachers, PAs. I mean, there are several players, corporate organizations, NGOs, and what have you. We have several elements in a school community. These are relevant stakeholders, and we want to involve them. We do not want to leave anybody out of this quality pursuing agenda, because quality teaching and improved learning outcomes permeate all facets of the community, and everybody is required to give an input. So we do not want to leave anybody out. But take note, we want to engage relevant stakeholders, and so that we do not waste so much time on the process. Data collection is another area of importance. What data do we need and how do we collect that? Granted that you want to collect data on learning proficiencies, for example, readability to read. I believe you are not going to collect the data on mathematics scores. And so we should know what we want and the type of data we want to collect. And granted, you want to look at how teachers are evaluating in class, for example, the evaluation strategies. Definitely you want to do an observation in class, won't you? And so the data we collect should match our objectives. So observation, teacher surveys, feedback sessions, recruit checklists. There are several ways of collecting data. And so we want to identify ones that work and those that don't work. We also want to give timely feedback. We want to give timely feedback. And the feedback should also be constructive. Now, in the earlier encounter that I had on my way to the studio that I shared with you, Mr. X was asking Mr. Y why he wasn't coming to the field to see what they were doing, to tell them whether they were doing it right or wrong, and also probably to pat them on the shoulder and say, "Are you cool?" Now, timely feedback is critical because it helps people, anybody engaged in activity, to know how he is performing, how he or she is performing. And indeed, it's a way of motivating those who are working. So we go on monitoring, for example, and we come out, and that's all. We do not give feedback to teachers. I mean, they may see the process as irrelevant. It's not useful. They may even call us names. We come and walk through here, we don't even know what we're about. But giving timely and constructive feedback helps the process. How? Helps to identify good practices, help to correct challenges, help to deal with some situations that probably were not seen before planning of an activity. And so constructive feedback cannot be an option, it's mandatory. Professional development is one area of M&E that should appeal to us. Now, what are some of the types of professional development you can readily relate with? If you could type some on the comment section for us to read out. What are some of the professional development active opportunities that you can easily relate to? Now, professional development starts with yourself. It starts with you recognizing the need to perfect the act that you are in. We are teachers. And so being teachers, we know things that helps us to improve in the way we deliver, we conduct ourselves. So it starts with us. Now, there's a tendency to always look at professional development. Oh, we are attending workshop, we are attending seminar. Oh, they are doing CPD for us in this venue or that venue. Yes, it's true. In-service training, yeah, it's true. These are all fine. But professional development also includes you applying yourself to a personal study. That is critical. And that is the foremost professional development opportunity that we are all privy to. And this includes, the opportunities on the internet, books. It also includes the concept of personal study, school lesson study, or peer review mechanisms. We are preparing lesson notes in a workshop. That's fine. That's fine. That is from Opoku, sorry. Now, peer review mechanisms are available in schools where we can ask our colleagues, oh, Charlie, why don't you watch the way I introduced my lesson today? Senna says instructional coaching, teaching, collaboration are the most effective forms of that. That's great. Professional development. And so in a school, it's a community that we have a number of facilitators. So we can leverage on your expertise, attending self-initiated workshops. Yes, that's from patients. That's fine. And so we want to explore all these avenues or take opportunity of all this. Again, the next thing is to identify trends and patterns in our analysis. So when we collect the data, we want to do proper analysis. Analysis should be robust. And having a robust analysis stems from the type of data we collect. And our data that we collect should be accurate, should be proper, and should serve the need. We want to collect data, qualitative ones and quantitative ones, so we can validate our process, we can triangulate and all that. That helps us to have a very good M&E system, and it helps us make decisions based on evidence on the ground and not making decisions that may not serve the purpose. By so doing, we promote continuous improvement in a teaching. And how is that done? Continual reviewing, adapting to meet current realities. The system continuously evolve. The world is dynamic, it is not static, and you know that every school, every individual will have unique qualities. And these things keep evolving. And so we want to, in-service training, PLC, workshop, seminar, yes, that's from Emmanuel, that's fine. And so we want to keep these principles as the foundation, bedrock of our M&E system. There's no way out. Let's go to the next process. The next thing we have on our discussion platform. Now, I posed a question earlier that which ones do you relate with personally, your professional development? I want more comment on that before moving to our reflection component. I'm waiting for your views. What M&E do you relate with readily? Which one do you see personally? You identify personally as very enriching on a personal level. M&E cycle and how it plays out in the teaching and learning process. Basically, we may have different duration of M&E cycle, but the M&E cycle, in short, we may have various variants, but in short, the M&E cycle: planning, data collection, analysis, feedback, action and adjustment, monitoring, and it goes back. So it's it's a cycle. It's a never-ending process. So it's a continual cycle to grant or guarantee continuous improvement to perfect our act. So in planning, the planning stage is where we set our objectives and we bring the various things we need to plan our M&E process. And this will include we bringing teams together, bringing some expertise together if we don't have them. It's also to see where we want to go and how we're going. Then we have the data collecting section, which tells us, which informs us to what data we need and how do we want to collect that. Now we have already talked about the data collection process and how important that is. We have also indicated the need for robust analysis, and that the robust analysis helps us to identify the gaps. Identifying the gaps is critical. And after analyzing, identifying the gaps, and then we will want to give a feedback. This feedback helps all the relevant stakeholders to be on the same page. Our current situation and helps us appreciate the gap we have. And so when we do that, we will have all on board to support our action. Of course, in implementing the actions, as we said earlier, there are things that will go well, others that may not. Yes, researching on a particular topic before going to your learning. Oh, that's fantastic. That's from patients. That's important. In-service training, PLC, peer observation, and further studies. That's beautiful, Mr. Pierre. Evans. Insect and proper teaching. Yeah. So let's move on again. Sabotage, further studies and attending relevant workshops. That's fine. Let's move to, let's look at the M&E process as we started. And we said that implementing our activities in order to resolve the issues that have been identified is key. And we want to re-emphasize that, in implementation of any activity, there can be problems. There can be positives and there can be not too good things. The essence is that we want to be honest about the process. And so that if things are not going too well, we look at it. Is it the planning stage? Is it the designing stage that we had a problem? Is it the data? Is it the analysis stage? Where do we have the problem? And then we do the necessary adjustment. And as we do the adjustment, we continue the monitoring process to look at the impact of the activity. And as we do so, we are sure that we are charting the path of continuous improvement. The key ideas that we have looked at from this session is that clear objectives, stakeholder engagement, data collection, and feedbacks are key in M&E process. Also looked at the need for professional development. We looked at data analysis, and then we have looked at the quest to pursue continuous improvement in M&E. And these are key elements. We have also seen that M&E assesses teacher performance, track progress, optimize resource allocation, ensures quality assurance, and foster responsibility or accountability. And we've really elaborated on how important these are. The M&E cycle we just looked at, it's a never-ending process, and it's a process that is iterative and helps us to continually refine our acts in teaching towards continuous improvement and perfecting our personal acts in the teaching and learning process. And we want to appreciate the importance of evidence-based decision making. evidence-based decision making, which is very, very, very important. We do not want to make decisions on the spur of the moment and say, hey, the big men will come home, so let's do something and show them that we are working. That is not what we want to do. Or, oh, okay, we have some resources, so can we design some monetary activity? Go. That is not what we are saying. It should be a well thought out activity. And the aim is to improve teaching and learning. The aim is to improve our act. The aim is to guarantee continuous improvement. So the aim shouldn't be, oh, okay, we send some money, so let's organize. Oh, okay, can we write a proposal and do some monitoring? Is that just the aim? We want to identify gaps and we want to plan well. All right. Having looked at all this, we want to end this session by looking at this reflection. Additional Basic School, a public school in Ghana, has been struggling with low student achievement for several years. The district teacher support team decides to implement a monitoring and evaluation system to track teacher performance and student learning outcomes. Now you are DTST members. As experienced DTST members, well schooled and conserved all the elements, all the tenets, all the principles, all the nuances of monitoring and evaluation. Now you have been presented with an issue. And teaching and learning issues is in every district. And so you can readily identify with that. So as experts in M&E process, this is the situation. And what is helping us to reflect on this situation in Additional Basic School? One, what are the key objectives of M&E for Additional School? What are the key objectives? What are some specific examples of how M&E can be used to improve teaching and learning in the mentioned school? What are some of the challenges that you as DTST may face in implementing an effective M&E? How can you as DTST ensure that M&E is used in a collaborative and constructive manner? So this is the situation and how, yes, as assessing teaching performance, okay? That's from Benjamin. So this is our scenario to help us reflect on the principles that we have just looked through. And the expectation is that you give your comments. Assessing teacher performance, tracking learner progress, and optimizing allocation. All right. Yes. M&E tracks learners' progress and assess facilitators' performance and identifying strengths and weaknesses. Okay? That is for someone, yes. Who else? All right. Now, this reflective piece is to help you to think deeply about the process. How do you relate to the process? Now, as members of this team, the onus lies on you to actually conserve these concepts well and know how you can use these tools to improve teaching and learning. And so the essence of the reflection is to help you have a deeper reflection and see how you internalize these concepts and to apply them in your day-to-day dealing as a teacher and then DTST member. So we'll move to the next session, hoping that the reflective piece you will look at it in your private time. Objective set teacher performance, that's fine. Key objective, yes. That's from Jacob. Right, let's move on to the next session. Now, the next session is data collection and tracking progress. And like our learning outcome indicated earlier, it will help us develop the ability to effectively collect and analyze data, track progress in an M&E process. Yeah, patient optimizing resources, resource allocation, that's fine. Now, in data collection, what are the key areas we want to look at? What are key areas we want to look at in data collection? Now, we have earlier talked about that, but again, trying to go through these concepts only goes to reinforce, our knowledge on them and to cement the ideas or deepen our understanding better. And the essence is that as we look at it, we can also, this is not exhaustive, so we can share views we have the process because it continues to evolve and we have to also continue to learn. Now, define the key metrics we use for data collection is key. We clearly specify the data you need to collect, such as classroom observations, learner test scores, teacher surveys, or attendance record. There are several, depending on what you want to look at a time. Yes, we are going to be resourced. Establish data sources. What data sources do we have? Identify reliable, unbiased, and consistent sources for obtaining this data. Ensure that your source can be trusted. And this we all know, that we put garbage in, you get garbage out. Now, there are secondary data sources in the school, like we mentioned. You have the timetable, the assessment scores of children, you have the exercise books, you have attendance, you have register and all that. They are all sources. Now, again, as we try to collect primary data by observing, by doing surveys, these are sources that we just have to be sure of those sources and see whether they are trusted. And so we don't sit afar and say, oh, I think this will do, I think this. We don't want to pursue that part of I think. Now, data collection methods. Select appropriate method to collect data. For example, we have talked about using rubrics, checklists, standardized assessment scores. These are important data sources that can help. Now, quality assuring the data will mean that we can take time to train those who collect the data. We can provide tools. If it's a questionnaire, fine. We can provide tools that can help. And then we can go an extra mile to double check for errors whilst maintaining data significance. The importance of data accuracy cannot be overemphasized. Because if you don't get the accurate data, quality data, you are sure to have your findings, your analysis, your findings suspect. If you have that suspect, it can be worrying. Now we want to go to our next. Our next area of consideration, and that is tracking progress. In tracking progress, what do we seek to do? We want to examine collected data for teaching trends and learner performance patterns. How children are performing over time can help us feed into the process and make decisions. We also want to have data dashboards, which can be a common platform for visualization of performance. We want to compare performance to past, current performance to past, or to certain benchmarks, or gauge them against certain standards. And this helps us to see whether we are making some improvements or not. Again, we can share success stories. Let's celebrate when we achieve. It's good for us. It helps to motivate us. So let's celebrate when we get to a milestone. Now, key areas that we looked at in this area is effective data collection, and then we have seen its importance to the M&E, defining our key metrics and establishing reliable data sources are important. Using appropriate method to collect data should not be overlooked. And progress tracking is vital, and that can be done by reanalyzing data collected, benchmarking, and then looking at previous assessments and celebrating ourselves when we go. Now, this reflection is to help us look at these areas that we've looked at. We will not go through them all through the questions, but I want you to take note of that. Achia Nanso Ebuyi Basic School is a large school with diverse student population. The school has been struggling to improve student outcomes for the past few years. The district teacher support team has been working with the school to develop a new M&E system to track progress and identify areas for improvement. Now, so you are a member of the team, and this is what you have seen at Achia Nanso Ebuyi Basic School. Now, what questions should guide your reflective piece? What are some of the key metrics that the school should collect to track student performance? What are some of the data sources that the school can use to collect this data? What are some of the data collection methods that the school can employ? And then what are some of the quality control measures that the school can implement to ensure data accuracy? Attendance, that's fine, yes. Yes, William, yes. Patience helps to assess and monitor learners, that's fine. Let's move to the next one, feedback and reflection. Feedback and reflection is another area that we have re-echo. Classroom observation, that's from Benjamin, that we have talked of earlier, that we cannot perfect a system or continually seek to perfect a system when we do not give feedback. And so we want to be able to give feedbacks. And by the end of this small piece, we want to outline ways of providing timely and constructive feedbacks to teachers that fosters collaborative environment that encourages reflection and growth. Feedback allows constructive dialogue and growth. It helps bonding. It helps all players in the field to be able to talk freely, to tap into each other's knowledge and expertise. If we don't give feedback, it naturally becomes a barrier. But once we give regular feedbacks, it improves communication between the various players, especially between the teachers and the members of the team. But feedback should be given timely. It should be based on facts, it should be based on data. It should recognize success and dedication. Feedback should also be constructive. It should be specific, should be actionable, and it should be non-judgmental. It should emphasize improvement and not criticisms. We do not want to go be fault finders. We do not want to go and be finding faults. M&E process is also a learning. It's a learning process. And so we are all learning in the enterprise of learning. And so we help each other to grow. We are not supposed to go there and scrutinize people. Of course, we are pointing out what are things that are not going too well. But it should be in a non-judgmental manner. Now, there's a need for collaborative reflection among teachers. And that helps to improve practice and invite them to share insight. Now, the key point you want to note is that crucial feedback is important. Timely and constructive feedback cannot be sidestepped. Collaborative reflection is important, and that promoting improvement, and we can also acknowledge dedication. Now, these 5 points we have learned in this section, or we have deliberated on in this section, and we hope to apply these ourselves. We want to look at this reflection that helps us to apply those things. In a district, as a district teacher supports team training, you have been observing a teacher's classroom instruction and collecting data on their teaching practice. You have also gathered feedback from students and parents. Now is the time to provide feedback to the teacher. How are you going to do this? You have collected data, observed. You have a lot of data you want to share, but how do you do it? How can you ensure that your feedback is timely and specific? How can you provide constructive feedback that focuses on improvement rather than criticisms? How can you encourage teachers to reflect on their teaching practice and share their perspectives and insights? How can you create a collaborative and supportive environment for the feedback? You are having to do project work and take home assignment, that's fine. Effective data collection on both teachers and students. Aramata. Sabotage. Yeah. Now, the last session talks about adjusting the support plan. And this just means that in a cycle, as we move along, we want to see things that are working and things that are not. And we want to do so by analyzing M&E finding, customizing support strategies, set improvement goals, monitor implementation, and adapt the plans based on new data and assessment results. So, like we said earlier, we want to reiterate and reinforce the concept that it should not be speculative, it should be solely based on evidence and data. And in doing so, we want to review and discuss findings, meet with teachers to discuss M&E findings, identify areas for improvement. We want to customize support, tailor strategies that really address the gap. And that could be done through coaching, training, resource allocation, and many others. We want to set clear objectives, establish important improvement goals, and create an action plan with specific steps and timelines. It's very important. When you create the action plan, you have specifics, it should be time bound. That helps the process to grow. More emphasis on non-judgmental. Yes, feedback. We are saying that you go to observe, you monitor. Now you want to tell the teacher, it's just like the way we are told to do clinical supervision, for example. You want to engage the teacher can even tell you, sir, please, I want you to see how I introduce my lesson. I want you to see how I link my previous knowledge that the child has to the present. I want you to see how I go through my activities in the class. I want you to see how I evaluate. Now, if we engage the teachers this way, our observations that we make will not sound judgmental, will not look like we are coming there to find fault and provide solutions to that. But the two parties in the act will want to see what can we do more better. That's what we mean. And then monitor implementation. So do so timelessly in constructive criticism and correct for improvement rather than find fault. That's great from John. And so we want to continually adapt and iterate. It's a continual process. So we continue to learn, look at new data, and look at how they play out. The ideas that we noted on this from this section is that review findings, customize plan, set clear objectives, monitor implementation, adapt, and iterate. And these are critical elements of readjusting the process and helping us to continually improve. And this is a takeaway reflection. As a member of the district teacher support team, you have been given, you have been working with a group of teachers in a local school to improve their instructional practice. After conducting a monitoring evaluation process, you have gathered data that suggests that there is a need for additional support in the area of differentiated instruction. Now, the questions to guide these reflections include: what specific findings from the M&A process indicates the need for additional support in differentiated instruction? What are some possible reasons why teachers might be struggling with differentiated instruction? What types of tailored support strategies will be implemented to address these? And how can you set a clear goal for improvement and create an action plan with specific steps and timelines? Now, this reflective piece is a take-home reflective piece, and you are to look at that to see how you can relate to all the facets of the M&A process. On this note, I want to thank you for your attention, and I want to encourage you to look at the fine points we have looked at, exchange ideas among yourselves, and help each other to perfect our practice. Thank you.
Hello, innovative colleagues, and welcome to the 7th section. Now, from yesterday through to today, you have been taken through various sections, and I believe by now you can effectively conduct needs assessment. So, assuming that you have conducted a needs assessment, you detected that the teachers in your district are not very conversant with the use of technology in lesson delivery. As a team, you have prepared adequately to provide them an orientation session. You have your projectors ready. You have every necessary resource prepared for that presentation. Now you get to the venue, then you realize there is power outage. You didn't see that coming, right? Then again, you realize that the fellow you decided will be presenting that presentation is not going to show up. Hence, the relevance of this particular section, troubleshooting and problem solving. So in the next few minutes, can you share with me what your thoughts is on these two concepts, troubleshooting and problem solving? So who is my early bird? Can I have at least one person save the day? What, in your opinion or understanding, is troubleshooting and problem solving? Okay, thank you so much, Asante, for saving the day. And Asante says, troubleshooting Okay, sorry about that. Asante says troubleshooting is a process of finding the cause of a problem. Thank you so much for your input. We take this from Brahma Haruna. And Brahma says it is finding instant solutions to nagging problems. I appreciate that input. And we take this on too from Senna, and Senna says troubleshooting and problem solving are processes used to identify and resolve issues or challenges. And we take this last one from Miniru, and Miniru says troubleshooting is a method of problem solving where the source of the problem is identified and finding solution to fix the problem. Thank you so much for your input, and this goes to suggest that this section is going to be as lively as the said and previous sections. Yes, you are right, and you are not far from the truth. So in an attempt to summarize your opinions and your suggestions as to what these two concepts represent, problem solving can be said to be a proactive approach to identifying, analyzing, and solving problems, whilst troubleshooting, on the other hand, can be said to be a reactive approach to solving problems that arise unexpectedly. So in general and simple terms, we can say that problem solving is used to prevent problems from occurring, whilst troubleshooting is used to address problems after they have occurred. So these two concepts might seem similar, but they are distinct. It is important to note, however, that though distinct, they can be used in a combined effort in addressing problems or challenges. So the use of problem solving or troubleshooting would depend significantly on the organization or the goal of the individual. Let's consider the following scenarios so that we can have an in-depth understanding of what troubleshooting is and what problem solving is. Now consider this classroom scenario. In this particular scenario, you realize that there will be a need to employ troubleshooting in a situation where a teacher encounters a technical issue with instructional technology. For instance, if a projector malfunctions during a multimedia presentation, the teacher would need troubleshooting skills in order to identify whether the issue is with the projector, the cables, or the connected device. Now, this practical situation requires the teacher to quickly assess the problem, possibly test alternative solutions, and efficiently resolve the issue to minimize disruptions to the lesson. Hence, because this problem arises unexpectedly, then it means we would need to employ troubleshooting strategies. Now let's consider the second scenario. In this particular scenario, where a teacher is faced with diverse group of students with varying learning needs and styles in the same classroom, we realize that in order for the teacher to address this particular challenge, the teacher will not have to wait till when the lesson is ongoing or when he or she has got into the class. So in order to address this, the teacher needs problem-solving strategies or skills in order to adapt his or her teaching methods. They might decide to employ differentiated instructions, create various activities or materials to cater to the different learning preferences of his or her learners. This also requires that the teacher identify the individual challenges, analyze the effective teaching strategies they can employ, and then implement tailored solutions to ensure all students can grasp the concept effectively. Great. I believe in these two scenarios, we have a deeper understanding as to when to use troubleshooting and when to employ problem solving. So this particular section focuses on identifying challenges that hinders the smooth implementation of DTST activities and suggests suitable solutions. So for this particular section, we would delve into the following sessions. So in the very first session, we would look at how we can identify challenges. We would focus on providing solutions to those challenges in the second session. Then for the third session, we would discuss collaborative problem-solving strategies. And in the fourth session, we will look at sources we can resort to in seeking additional support. Now, having said this, let's have a look at what our learning outcomes for this particular section should be. So, as participants of this virtual training, we are hopeful that by the end of this particular section, you should be able to identify challenges that DTSTs encounter in discharge of their duties. You should also be able to outline strategies to address these challenges. Then, of course, we are hopeful that you'll be able to mention various ways and strategies we can use in building a collaborative team in order to address the challenges identified. Then our fourth outcome is that you are able to state sources to seek additional support in addressing complex challenges. Now, having said this, let's take our sessions one after the other. Now, in the next few minutes, could you kindly identify challenges that DTSTs encounter in discharge of their duties? So here we want you to be able to forecast the possible challenges you are likely to encounter in discharge of your duties, or those possible challenges that can arise unexpectedly in discharge of your duties. Remember, in this particular section, we are not referring to needs assessment, where you would want to identify the needs of your district as far as the implementation of our curriculum, policies, and interventions are concerned. But we would want to focus on those challenges that can occur unexpectedly, or those ones you can forecast in the course of delivering your duties as members of DTST. Yes, and I like the fact that Miniru has decided to set the ball rolling. Okay, I think it is a question, and it goes to all of us. Miniru is asking that from the scenarios, can we say that troubleshooting is geared towards fixing TLMs, whilst problem solving may be addressing learning needs? Thank you very much for your question. And in an attempt to answer this question, Muniru, it is not necessarily so. The scenarios are just to give us a clearer understanding of what troubleshooting and problem solving is. So in very simple terms, you can refer to troubleshooting to be a strategy that you use to address problems that happen unexpectedly. So a typical example can be you have a facilitator or you requested for a resource person for a particular training. The participants are seated for that particular training. Then unexpectedly, the resource person does not show up. So immediately, you need to find out why the resource person did not show up, and then possibly get a replacement as soon as possible. So you realize that it was an unexpected situation, but you need to address it immediately in order not to disrupt your workshop or orientation session, and that is troubleshooting. But in problem solving, you try to preempt or forecast that yes, we have contacted a resource person for the presentation, but there's a likelihood that that fellow might not come due to one or two situations. So you decide to find a replacement even before the presentation. So when that happens, you have solved a problem that could have occurred. So you realize that in both scenarios, it has to deal with a resource person showing up. But in troubleshooting, there was no alternative. The problem happened, immediately you solve it. In problem solving, you preempt that it might happen. So you look for the solution even before the problem occurs. All right. So I want to believe I've answered your question, Miniru. If not, you can seek for further clarification. Okay, so we address the task, and Haruna begins with this. Haruna states one possible challenge as financial challenges. Thank you so much. Any other? Okay, so Divine also says TNT is a possible challenge. Feeding is also a challenge. Thank you so much. Talata says some senior teachers may resist coaching and support. And I agree with you. Not just senior teachers, even someone junior to you might resist your support you are trying to provide. Thank you so much. Okay, so Muniri is back again and he says a challenge could be with regards to faulty projectors during presentations. Thank you so much. Right, on that note, let's see what we have also outlined or suggested. Now, this does not go to say that these are the only challenges, but as members of DTST, it is important that you recognize that challenges are inevitable and can arise unexpectedly. So once you are privy to these challenges, it can help you to adequately find solutions to them. What it means is that as members of a team, it is important that you acquire that skill and ability to be able to forecast in identifying challenges, then providing solutions as soon as possible. So some of these challenges, like you have mentioned in the chat box, is resistance to change. And this resistance can come in various forms. You can receive resistance from your colleagues, from the community where you find the school, and even from the parents of the wards you are trying to impact. So it is important that you are privy to this so that you can provide solutions to that where necessary. Then, of course, insufficient resources is going to be one of the challenges you are likely to encounter in discharge of your duties. The resources can take many forms. It could be human resource, it could be material or physical resource. Yes, there are going to be times as members of a team where you would encounter the issue of communication gaps or bridge. And once that happens, as a team, you are going to lose sight of your vision, and it's going to cause the problem of lack of clarity as far as in executing your duties are concerned. So ineffective communication and collaboration is going to be one of the challenges you will encountered with. In every human endeavor, it is bound to happen because individuals are different and they vary in opinions. Now, resource limitation is also going to be another challenge. You realize we have mentioned insufficient resources and we are mentioning limited or limitation to resources. Can I have someone tell us the difference between these two? What is the difference between insufficient resource and resource limitations? Anybody to save the day? The difference between insufficient resource and resource limitation as a challenge we are likely to encounter. Anybody? Okay, Rufai Zibrim. Rufai says lack of resources. Thank you for your input, but kindly explain. Lack of resources, are you referring to insufficient resources or resource limitations? Thank you so much for adding your voice to my question, Samuel. Yes, as displayed in your chat box by Samuel, what is the difference between insufficient resources and resource limitations? Can I have anybody attempt that for us? Anybody? Okay, so Abdul Razak says lack of resources means the resources are not available. Thank you so much for your input. So does that suggest it is insufficient resource or resource limitation? Kindly provide clarity on that. Okay, so Florence says insufficient means not much or not enough. Thank you so much, Florence. How about limitations? Okay, so we take this one from Yao. Yao says when the resources is not able to accomplish the task it is intended for, then that is limitation. And this is perfectly said. The resource is unable to accomplish its task. So that is resource limitation. Thank you so much, Yao. And can we have someone add on to insufficiency? So Sana is back, joining in from our YouTube channel. Sana says, insufficient resources typically means that there is not enough of a particular resource to meet the needs or demands. And the two put together has perfectly differentiated between the two. So in an attempt to put what Yao said and what Senna said, we say that insufficient resources means that there is not enough of a particular resource in addressing a need, whilst resource limitation is the resource is unable to address a particular need at a given point in time and not in its scarcity or quantity. So thank you so much for your inputs thus far. So we move on to the next session where we would want to discuss the solutions we can employ in addressing the challenges identified in the previous session. So I'll come back to you again, my dear innovators, to do me this honors, that in the next few minutes, suggest strategies we can employ in addressing the challenges identified in the previous session for effective implementation of our in-service education and training programs. I take that again. Our learning outcome here is for you to be able to outline strategies to address the challenges identified for effective inset implementation. So your task, my dear innovators, is to outline the strategies you think we can employ in addressing the challenges identified to ensure an effective inset implementation. Okay, thank you so much for being my early bird, Haruna Emmanuel. And Emmanuel says, one solution to addressing the challenges identified is to provide adequate resources and communicate effectively as well as collaborate as a team. Thank you so much for your input, Emmanuel. Okay, Yakubu also proposes improvisation. Yes, when there is insufficient resources, you can improvise in addressing that particular challenge. Ernest says there is a need for proper planning. And I agree with you, Ernest. Lucy. Okay, so Lucy is answering to our question, the difference between resource limitation and insufficient resources. And she says resource limitation is the absence of resources, whilst insufficient is no much resources. Okay, part of it we agree with you, Lucy, but with the first part, it is not necessarily the absence of it, but it is the inability of the resource to be able to address the said challenge. Thank you so much. Okay, so one solution proposed by Wanda is more donors should be contacted for financial support. Thank you so much, and I believe that you cannot contact these donors verbally. Donors are available, yes, individuals are available to render support when necessary, but you need to put that into writing. Or better still, you need to put some proposals forward if you would want a donor to help address a particular challenge. Thank you for your input. Now we take this from Ruth Go, if I got the name right. Okay, so Ruth says that one way of avoiding some of these challenges is to test the resources you would want to use before the D-Day. Thank you so much, and that is very well noted. Can we take a last suggestion that we move? This is coming again from Senna, and Senna says there is a need to set clear objectives. In that, she explains that clearly define the objectives and goals of the in-service training program. Thank you so much, and I believe you have said it all. But we have these to share with you as well. That yes, challenges might arise, but once you provide clear communications and expectations, as a team, you are able to work collectively in achieving whatever goal you have set before you. It is also important that as members of a team, you build or foster a culture of trust. You need to trust that every individual has strengths that can be tailored towards achieving your team's goals. And at the same time, they might also have weaknesses. So you need to tap into the strengths of the individual members of this team so that you can effectively achieve your team's goals. Then again, once you want to be listened to and your opinions respected, it is key that you also pay a listening ear to the opinion of other members of the team. Respect of each other's views and opinion is key for every team. Regardless of the age difference, of your ability difference, and of the difference in your rank or positions. It is important that as members of a team, you respect each other if you would want to work to achieve your organizational or team goals. Now, it is key to encourage open communication. It shouldn't be seen in the team that you have groups within the team. Whenever there's a need to communicate any objective, any strategy, it is important that every member of the team is privy to it to avoid any form of conflict of interest. Then, of course, when necessary, we need to provide support to each other. No one is or can be a jack of all trades. So in as much as you would want your strengths to be acknowledged or recognized by other members of the team, it is also important that you recognize that you are human and you have limitations. So as and when necessary, the other members of the team can offer their support in achieving the team's goals. Likewise, you should also be ready and willing to offer the support when needed. Remember, at the end of the day, If you should execute any task as a team, the glory will not go to a particular individual, but it goes to the entire team, and the successes are to be celebrated by all. It is key that you allot time and then dedicate some moments to ensure that you can collaborate effectively as a team. Your engagement as a team should not be limited to just when you have a workshop or an orientation to deliver, but even outside executing your duties, it is important that you maintain that cordial relationship and rapport amongst yourself. So these are only but a few suggestions to some solutions you can employ in addressing the challenges you are likely to encounter in discharge of your duties. Right. Now, in this third session, as earlier mentioned, you are not going out there to function as individuals, but as a team. And as a team, it is important that the challenges you encounter are addressed collaboratively. Hence the need for this session, collaborative problem solving. So we are hoping that by the end of this particular session, you would be able to identify some collaborative problem solving strategies in order to address the challenges identified in the very first session. So I come back to you again, my dear innovators, to do us this honors. Could you suggest to us some collaborative problem solving strategies we can employ in addressing the challenges identified? If you've just joined us, we are trying to make use of the chat box in suggesting strategies for collaborative problem solving. Okay, so Rahina to Mumuni says, one strategy to collaboratively solve problems is to tolerate each other's views. Thank you so much for your input. Okay, Haruna also says by organizing PLCs. We appreciate that input. Jacob says there's a need to make room for individual weaknesses. Thank you so much. Okay, so Augustine Frimpong. Augustine says group discussions on identified problems. Yes, it is key that after having identified the problems, you discuss them to understand how best you can attack or resolve such problems. Bismarck says we should ask teachers to state some challenges they are facing in the delivery of their lessons. Thank you so much. And I think this can be done during your needs assessment. But in here, we would want to discuss the strategies for collaborative problem solving. Remember, some of these strategies are more personalized or individualized, but there are some of them that you can all carry out or execute together as a team, and that is what we seek that you suggest to us. So can I have 2 or more suggestions to that regard? Then we proceed. Okay, Rufai says effective communication with teachers, and that is true. Thank you for your inputs. And we take a final one, still from Rufai. She says PLC, keeping it short and simple. Thank you. Last one from another person. We are good to go. Okay. So Linda says formation of PLC meetings to share successes and challenges amongst DTSTs. I believe with these opinions coming through, the 8th section is going to be even more interactive. Now, Kwesi, we take this final one from Kwesi, and Kwesi says, use PLC sessions effectively to solve identified challenges as a team. I appreciate all the inputs coming in. So permit me to share this scenario with you so that as we reflect on it, we are able to suggest some collaborative strategies. So in this particular scenario, take it that you are not a member of the DTST, but you are a curriculum lead of your school, and you are having issues with organizing inside programs because of inadequate cooperation from your colleagues. Your head teacher has tasked you to institute measures that would help you solicit the cooperation of your colleagues to collaboratively address these issues for a smooth implementation of your inset activities. Now, as curriculum lead, write down the things you will do. So kindly engage with us using the chat box. Suggest to us the things you would do or the strategies you would employ in this particular scenario. Okay, so Eunice is setting the pace. Okay, so Eunice is proposing respecting each other's view and effective communication. Thank you so much for your input. Okay, so Emmanuel says you should call for a meeting first to engage the teachers. Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments coming in and the inputs thus far. Can we have another person? What would you do in addressing the challenge in this particular scenario where you need to have the cooperation of your colleagues during inset programs? So this is Hubert. Hubert Mawuli says, let your colleagues know that you are all in one team and the need for cooperation. Thank you so much. And that is true. Augustine Fripong, I must say I appreciate your proactiveness thus far. And he says we should discuss inset relevant issues with teachers to elicit their responses to help make them feel part of it and prepared for it. I believe that's what he wanted to add. So thank you so much, Augustine. And this is from Yao. Yao also says, seek from the teachers involved their individual views before you implement any inset activity. Thank you so much. Now, having said that, let's consider some strategies you can employ in building a collaborative team to solve problems. It is important that if you are able to collaboratively solve problems, you need to establish regular meetings. So in the 8th section, which will be coming after this section, you would be taking through the types of meetings you can be organizing as a team. Then again, it is important that your decision making is collaborative and not imposed on the team by some particular individuals. Yes, it is important to create open communication channels so that everybody has clarity of the visions of the team. Create a cross-functional team. Where necessary, you need to employ the services of experts depending on the kind of service, orientation, or workshop you wish to carry out. It is important that you provide regular feedbacks whenever necessary. And this would inform an effective feed forwards for better and improved sessions and organization of workshops in executing your duties. Now, having said this, let's discuss the sources we can resort to in seeking additional support. So after this particular session, we are hopeful that as members of a team, you would be able to identify some sources to seek additional support in addressing complex challenges in insert implementations. Like it or not, there are going to be times you feel limited as a team. Hence, this session seeks to expose us to some sources we can resort to when we need support in addressing certain challenges. Now, before we look at this scenario, let's consider the following sources. We have decided to categorize these sources into 3 groups. 1, the external sources, the next, technical support, then the third, parent and community involvement. Now, external sources in here, we would want to refer to those other sources that is not within the team. So you can resort to some educational organization depending on the kind of expertise you would require in executing a particular duty. Then, of course, you can also consult some professional development providers. We have a lot of them in the system now, so you need to make use of such groups in executing your duties. Because, of course, you will not be able to address every challenge or every need you would identify after having conducted your needs assessment. Now, some educational associations, you can mention them, are Mother Association, the NAT, the NAGRAT, Coalition of Concerned Teachers. They can all come to play when you need certain support in addressing certain challenges. Then let's consider our technical support. You would agree with me that this is a technological era, hence the need for every teacher to be able to adapt and adopt technological strategies for effective lesson delivery. As a team, you might have an aspect amongst you. That is why in standardizing your procedures, the districts were asked to select experts for the various subject areas. But in a situation where you are handicapped, you can resort to some technology providers to render such trainings where necessary for the teachers in your district. Then occasionally, you can also employ peer district collaborations. You have other districts besides yours, so you can decide to have exchange programs for the various teams from the other districts around you. Remember that the goal at the end of the day is to improve the learning outcomes of our dear Ghanaian child, and we cannot do that without the active and proactive involvement of the parents and the community. So it is key that in some of these deliberations, orientations, and workshops, you involve the parents and the community where you find the school as much as possible. Now, having discussed this, let's consider this particular scenario. But I would want that you respond to it whilst we wait for the next section, which is the A section. So our scenario here is this. The insert program at Alligator Town Basics School encounters frequent disruptions leading to delayed starts, ineffective engagements, and late closing as a result of sudden development of technical fault with the school's projector. Now, this situation has made the teachers' interest in the program deteriorate. The school's insert team suggests seeking assistance from an external source. So, like I said earlier, whilst we wait to begin the next section, which is the 8th and final section of this virtual training, using the chat box, write the external sources you would resort to in seeking support so that the program can be sustained. Okay, so having said that, thank you so much for your participation, your proactiveness, and your response to the 7th section. In the next section, which is the 8th section, you would be taking through strategies in building a collaborative team. So during that section, we would want to know what your responses to the previous scenario was, and that is suggesting external sources in addressing that particular scenario. So thank you so much for having me. I have been your facilitator for the 7th section, and my name remains Sonia. Bye and see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8th section. Before we start with this section, we want to say thank you so much for your time and your patience, as well as your contributions in the previous sections. Now we move on to the 8th section, as said earlier, and it is about building a collaborative team. Now, in your own words, I want you to give your response in the chat box what we mean by a collaborative team. Like I said, give your responses in the chat box or in the comment section what we mean by a collaborative team. So I'm waiting for the first person to give us the response. Right. Ernest says a united team. Ernest, thank you for your response. Benjamin Amankwapoku also indicates a collaborative team is about a group of persons working together to achieve a common goal. Thank you, Benjamin. Courage Donko also says a collaborative team is a team that works together with limited or no clashes. Shall we take the last response? Emmanuel states, a collaborative team is one that is well aligned and work towards a common purpose. Thank you all for your responses. We appreciate it. You agree with me, as DTST members, we need to work in collaboration. And when we talk about building a collaborative team, we are looking at a process of creating a group of individuals who work together effectively, share common goals, and come together to achieve those goals in various contexts, for which our educational context is included. Enshrined in this section, we have these 4 sessions. The first session, we will look at effective communication. For session 2, we'll be looking at team meetings. Conflict resolution comes as the 3rd section. And for the last one, when we assign tasks and we achieve victory, there is the need to celebrate the victory that we've won. And so these are the 4 sessions. These are the 4 sessions enshrined in section 8. Now let's move on to session 1 of section 8, and that talks about effective communication. Now, in the chat box or the comment section, I want you to explain how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. I remember we saw a part of this session in section 7. And so in the chat box, explain how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. Yes, who is ready to give the first response? Let me come with the question again. Explain how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. Okay, Benjamin states, it helps in achieving the purpose or a goal. Yes, Benjamin, you are right. Just as we are saying that forming or building a collaborative team, we need to have effective communication. And for us to share the common goal and then work towards achieving the goal, effective communication is very important. Janet also explains that it helps to clear doubts in communication. Janet, it is true. Talking about transparency. Patricia Abochi says effective communication helps reduce or avoid unnecessary conflicts. Patricia, thank you for your response. Let's take the last response from Senna. It reads, effective communication is crucial in building a collaborative team because it allows members to share ideas, information, then also provide feedback with one another. Senna, thank you so much. Thank you all contributors for your responses. In addition to all that you've given, we are going to say that effective communication is very important within the DTSTs as a category, and then from the DTSTs with teachers. And so when we are looking at effective communication as seen within the DTSTs, we are saying that it's very important there is effective communication because it helps members to understand the goals or the vision of the team so as to come together to help achieve it. And all this will be done through effective communication. Just as we also say that wisdom cannot be found in one person, Effective communication helps members to come out with their diverse skills and perspective. We are working as a team. Knowledge cannot be found in one person. So you bring your skill, I also bring the knowledge and know-how. We come together to work together to achieve the goals or the vision of the team. Again, effective communication brings about effective leadership and collaboration, as well as coordination. If we are able to communicate well amongst us, we get to know who is leading the team for a particular task. Then again, there will be clear roles and responsibilities. So every member knows his duty or what he or she is expected to do, thereby bringing about flexibility and adaptability. Through effective communication among members, we work in a flexible way. Then again, we are able to adapt and adjust to situations when they arise. Now we move on to strategies or ways by which effective communication can help from the DTSTs to the teachers. We are saying that as a result of effective communication, there is clarity of expectation, both from the DTSTs as well as the teachers. Again, it helps bring about professional development in terms of training, insights, other policies, implementations, and programs. With effective communication, we can also have timely updates between the DTSs and the other teachers, then also giving a two-way feedback. In this vein, DTSs communicate to the teachers, then the teachers will also provide feedback to the DTSs, or teachers get to the DTSs with their challenges and issues. And through effective communication, DTSs are able to provide support. Effective communication will also bring about regular meetings and the use of multiple communication channels. If we communicate as members, then we will know when to meet, and even the means or the channels of communication we can use. When we talk about communication channels, we can put them into three categories. We have the written form of communication. For example, the use of text messages, letters, and WhatsApp chats. We can also employ the verbal channel of communication, where it has to do with the spoken aspect of it. And so through videos, our Zoom meetings, our Google Meets, we can have interaction. We may also have the non-verbal communication as a channel. And with this, we are looking at, as we meet, the various forms of non-verbal communication channels, such as your facial expressions, which may show you are in agreement without even saying a word. The blinking of the eye will also communicate to members. Your posture is also a form of nonverbal communication. Your gestures. Then we can talk about other paralinguistic features, such as the low and high pitches of voice, the tone and intonations of our utterances. So these are the multiple communication channels we are talking about here. For the last point, we are looking at effective communication also brings about supportive resources. Through communication, DTSTs are able to know or identify resources needed for teachers to use in teaching and learning. And they will also be able to know the particular resources teachers need and be able to provide them as when needed. Now we talked about team meetings right from section 7. And so for our learning outcomes, we are looking at discussing the types and purpose of team meetings. Then comes my question. What are the various types of meetings that you know? In the school, at home, and in the community in which you find yourself, what are the types of team meetings you have been engaging in? Once again, I want you to type or send us your response in the chat box. As I said earlier, we are looking at the various types of meetings that you've been engaging in. Eunice Apia Kobna says, emergency meeting. Thank you, Eunice, for your answer. Cynthia Afi also indicates staff meetings and PLC meetings. Cynthia, I appreciate your response. Benjamin indicates in school, we can talk about the PTA meetings, staff meetings, and lovely mind meetings. Benjamin, maybe you need to explain the lovely mind meetings to us. Rashida also says we have formal and informal meetings. Okay, shall we take the last response? Senna indicates 1, informational meetings. All right, thank you all for your responses. With all that you've given, we are categorizing our types of meetings, though they are not exhaustive. And so for our discussion, we are looking at regular weekly meetings. That is where, through effective communication, we all decide every week team members will meet to discuss issues or matters. Or They may also decide to meet every 2 weeks, and so we have it as bi-weekly. So every 2 weeks, members come together and then they discuss matters. When it comes to planning, then we can talk about monthly or quarterly planning meetings. So at the end of the month, members come together and then they plan on their next activity or task to embark on. There may also be a case we have met either the weekly or the monthly or the quarterly, but it calls for an emergency. And so members come together as a matter of urgency, meet to discuss issues, to find solutions to matters. And so for our discussions, these are the main types of meetings. However, they are not exhaustive. So all other types of meetings that you indicated are also included. Thank you for your contribution so far. We go again with why is it so important or necessary for members to meet? Why is it so necessary for members to meet? Good people, I want you to provide your responses in the chat box or the comment section. Eunice, I must say you are doing well. Bravo. It means you are collaborating with me. And her responses. I think the lovely meetings may be end of year party. Oh, I see. You are explaining the lovely ends meeting. Thank you. Hashim says that it is important for members as DTST to meet for the reason of sharing ideas. Yes, Wasila, you are true. Zibrim also says to discuss important issues. I agree with you. Janet indicates for planning. Yes, I know you saw the monthly and quarterly planning. And so for planning, very, very important. Benjamin says it promotes teamwork. Yes, if you want to work as a team in transparency, then there's a need for us to meet. Che Emmanuel indicates to discuss the progress of the team. May I take the last one and then we move on. Zibrim also comes again with the response as for feedback. So whatever we need and whatever we do, there is the need to provide feedback. Samson, you are the last person. You are saying that to solve matters and provide ideas. Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate it so much. And so we are looking at purpose of team meetings. Just as you indicated, team members need to meet for the purpose of planning and coordination. And some of these plannings could be curriculum planning, identifying resources and then allocating resources either to the various schools or to the classrooms. Then sharing of updates and progress reporting. As we are working as a team, each member is assigned a task or a role to play. And so there's the need, when we come together, when we meet, then we need to provide updates on whatever we've been assigned to do, and also give us reports. Still under planning and coordination, we look at for data review and best practices. When we talk about best practices, we are looking at teaching. And so best ways we can help our learners. So team members to come together to discuss and plan ways by which they can offer support to teachers, to tailor in the right instructions to meet the needs of learners, as well as provide good learning outcomes. Another reason for team meetings is about problem solving and decision making. Problem solving has already been discussed in session 7. And so for decision making, if you are able to identify the challenges, the obstacles impeding in curriculum implementation, planning, then we need to come out, provide solutions, or take decisions that will inform members the next step to take in their activities. We can also talk about team meetings being necessary for the sake of professional development. Just as we are talking about the purpose of team meetings, we have mentioned for the purpose of planning and coordination, for problem solving and decision making, and to the last one, we were talking about professional development. Teachers need to develop themselves, to upgrade themselves with matters arising, with new programs and policies. And so DTSTs meet to discuss ways by which they can help or assist teachers develop themselves professionally. Such programs could be training on the needs assessments, planning and organizing professional development sections, establish feedback mechanisms. Then again, reflect on practices, experiences, and goal setting. And so just as you mentioned, these are some of the ways we say that it is very necessary or crucial for team members to meet. And for that leads us to the next session, which is about conflict resolution. You agree with me? In every human institution, there is bound to be conflicts or hitches among members as DTSTs, or even with DTSTs and teachers. And so such issues coming up, it calls for ways by which we can solve such issues so that the work assigned us will move on smoothly, effectively, and efficiently. We are saying that at the end of this session, we will be equipped with conflict resolution skills that will help us address constructively issues, and I repeat, address issues constructively, and then also find or provide solution. And so I want you to give me some of the ways or strategies we can employ in our quest to resolve conflicts or to settle issues as team members. Kindly provide your answers or responses in the chat box or the comment section. Yes, I'm waiting. What are some of the ways by which we can solve conflicts? Andrews Barr says mediation. And so as a DTST, you're only a mediator. All right. Abdul Mubarak Husseini also states that to solve conflict or resolve conflict, as a third party, you are not to take sides. So you don't take sides when you are in the position of finding solutions or resolutions to the conflict. But Jupiter also says one must not be biased in resolving issues, and we must give each faction a listening ear. Yes, I agree with you. You should be a good listener. Basiru Anthony indicates it is by accepting each other's views. Thank you. Can we get the last two and then we move on? Frank Arno also says appreciate individual differences. Yes, we are not the same. The fingers are not the same. And so as humans, we also know the same. There's the need to look at individual differences when you are in your position to resolve conflict. And this also indicates respect everyone's view. Yes, Ernest, I agree with you. Each other's view is very, very important. And just as it was indicated earlier, you should be a good listener. Bright, you'll be my last person for this session. And Bright says, there's the need to understand the issue at stake and give appropriate judgment. Yes, Bright, I agree with you. All your responses are good. I say bravo to you all. That tells me we are collaborating and we are building a formidable team. In talking about conflict resolution, we are saying that this is a critical skill within a district support team for curriculum implementation. When conflicts arise, addressing them promptly and effectively is essential to maintain a positive team dynamic and ensure that the team can continue working towards its goals. If a house is divided, then we can never achieve our goals. If there's confusion, if there's conflict, then the purpose why we come together as a team will not be successful. And so as we move on with your suggestions, I want to add on. I remember some of you mentioned mediation. So you be in the middle. Others mentioned not taking sides or not being biased. So in addition to all that you've contributed, we are saying that there should be emphasis on the interest and not taking position, just as you said. Be in the middle, address the matter or the issue, and not take sides. When you are resolving conflict, after listening to all the parties involved, there's also the need to provide a feedback. Our aim or purpose is to solve the problem. And so it calls for providing a constructive feedback. We can also talk about brainwriting solutions. And so whilst you listen to the parties involved, you need to think, reflect, so that you can provide solutions to the matter. There's also a strategy referred to as conflict journaling or documentation. So in solving problems or solving conflicts, all the solutions provided, all the strategies that you employed, it becomes necessary that you document them. This will serve as reference for the future should there be other kinds of hitches among members? So it is important we document all the resolutions when resolving conflicts. In trying to bring the parties together so that we work as a team, it also calls for consensus building and escalation of protocols, whereby we all come together to agree to solve matters. Then there should also be a laid down procedures or rules or ways by which we can work together as a team. If you are the third party trying to solve or resolve issues, there should be a follow-up. So you follow up after trying to bring the parties together. There should be a follow-up to see to it that there's continuous improvement. Now we come to our last session of section 8. That is celebrating success and achievement. We are saying that we should be able to appreciate the need to celebrate success in a collaborative working team. Then again, explain ways to celebrate achievement and success. Let's continue with session 8 of section 8. And it's about celebrating success or achievements. And we are saying for our learning outcomes, we will appreciate the need to celebrate success in a collaborative working team. Then again, explain ways to celebrate achievements and success. Yes, when we've been assigned tasks as individuals of the team or as team members, And then we are able to achieve the purpose of the task. The next thing is to call for celebrating the success or the achievement made. And so I want you to tell me, why do we have to celebrate success in your various organizations and institutions? Provide your answers or your responses in the chat box or in the comments section. Why do we celebrate success? Benjamin Amankwa-Poku indicates it helps or motivates one to explore or do more. Yes, Benjamin, I agree with you. Yao says awarding outstanding performance of some members in the process. Yes, yeah, I agree with you. Ben says organizing a party and sharing achievements. Yes, I'm saying that, Yao. Ben, give me reasons why we have to celebrate success. And so Ruth comes with a response that it is a form of motivation. Yes, motivation in terms of extrinsic motivation or intrinsic. Jacob indicates that it is for encouragement. We need to encourage members to do more. So it is good we celebrate achievements of members. Janet Adongo also says to appreciate the work done by members. Yes, we need appreciation. And so I'm taking this medium to appreciate you for the success and your contributions made so far. Someone also says it makes the success a collective one, making everyone feel a part of it. Yes, the spirit of belongingness. Divine Kofi, he says it is good to appreciate or celebrate success for recognition. Thank you, Divine, for your response. Wow, you people are fantastic. Robert says it is a symbol of it. May I take the last two responses? Robert, thank you so much. The last two responses. Talata says it motivates others to learn. So when someone does something good, it's a way of motivating others to also do same. Michael, you are my last person to respond. Michael says it improves productivity. And so we work more and more and more to achieve more success. Thank you for your contributions and your responses. You people are great. Adding to what you have already contributed to, we are saying that it boosts morale, then again, as a form of motivation. So celebrating successes And recognizing individual and collective efforts boost teams' morale and motivation. And I stated earlier, the motivation can be intrinsic or extrinsic. The next benefit is to foster a positive work environment. If we do something and we achieve success, or we achieve good things out of it, it helps us to have a positive mind and the desire, the want to do more and do more. So a culture of celebration and recognition creates a positive work environment where team members feel supported and encouraged. We are also saying that it is good we celebrate success as a way of reinforcing commitments. So recognizing achievement reinforces the commitment of team members to the team's goals and objectives. We are committed to do more, and whatever task assigned us, we come together to work for the purpose of achieving the goals and vision of the team. And don't forget, with all this, we are looking at ways by which we can build a collaborative team. So we are all involved, we all come together for the sake of our directorate or our district to soar higher and higher. Now, let's look at ways by which we can celebrate success and achievement of members. We have various ways by which we can do so. And the first one we want to talk about is about public acknowledgement and recognition. This may be done through meetings. When we go for meetings, members are appreciated or are encouraged for the work they are doing. We can also have it in newsletters, reports. Then we also have bulletin board announcements. So this is one way we can celebrate achievements. We can also celebrate members through awards, giving members awards or giving them certificates for the task performed. Just as somebody mentioned, the party must go on. And so organizing social events to motivate, encourage members for what they did is also a way of celebrating success. We can also give them thank you notes or thank you cards, and then verbal praises. You've done well, you've done a good job, we appreciate you. These are examples of verbal praises. When members have performed the task and they have achieved success, as a way of celebrating them, we can assign them special projects, motivating and encouraging them to do more. So assigning them special projects is also a way of celebrating members. We can also provide them with professional growth and development opportunities, such as giving them the privilege to go for further studies or upgrade themselves in some courses, or delegating them to represent people or officers in programs. And so, having looked at all these, we will say that these are some of the ways, though not exhaustive, we can employ to celebrate success and achievements of members or individuals in the team. And so for section 8, we have looked at the 4 sessions. We talked about ways by which we can help to build a collaborative team, delving into effective communication, types of team meetings and purpose of meetings, ways by which we can solve or resolve conflicts. And for the last session, we just talked about ways or strategies we can employ to celebrate achievements and success of team members. Good people collaborating with me, please use this link to provide us feedback on the training for today. We want to have your responses for today's presentations. And so on this note, on behalf of management, all the presenters, the technical crew, and on my own behalf, we want to say a very big thank you to you all for your time, for your patience, and your contributions. Very, very important. Indeed, we have worked as a collaborative team. We want to say thank you for this time. We appreciate you so much. Till we meet again, we say bye-bye.